Hello, I'm here. We got fun music. Okay, I need to hit this button. Yay! I'm making a logo for the stream for today. So here's a question, and slight explanation for why we're not doing Final Fantasy today, because there's a couple more things I want to actually get done with the stream today. So that things that I want to get done on the stream before I start the quests official. Because I don't want to be having to make changes to the HUD and everything, like drastic changes throughout the year. I want it to kind of match up, like going forward from here. So there's a couple more changes I want to get done with the HUD and all of that, and I just haven't really finished the website yet. And I know that I'm not going to be streaming on Wednesday because I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday. So with that, yeah, I kind of want all the quests to start at the same time. So if we take a look at the calendar, I'm off on Wednesday because I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday. But then in the first week of February, I'm off on the 3rd because I have a doctor's appointment on the 3rd as well. But the 3rd is the DevStreams. The Dev Quest is happening because that's Tuesday. I can afford to miss one of these, but I want the quest to just kind of roll for like the first 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, to kind of stabilize themselves. So starting the second quest a week later, I just kind of want to start them all at the same time. So I figured we'll do Dev Quests on Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off Wednesday, and then Dev Quests on Thursday and Friday, and then I'm off Saturday and Sunday. And then we'll start all of the main quests on the same week when I have all of the stuff done. So I've made a whole bunch of the thumbnails for the different quests, not this stuff over here. We'll make that empty right now. But I've made a whole bunch of thumbnails for the different quests. You can check all of these out in the Discord, in the museum section. I posted a high quality version of all of the thumbnails in the museum in the Discord, so that everyone can go check them out if they would like to see. I'm going to continue to do that. So yeah, I like this set of thumbnails and the way that I'm doing the thumbnails. I'm following the same. Take a look at the thumbnails for a moment. So the thumbnails are all following the same basic design, right? It starts with a background, and here's my like generic background, right? And then I have a border on top of the background. And the border are different colors depending on what is going on, right? If it's a collaboration, the border is orange. If it's a special, the border is going to be red. If it's a quest, the border is going to be blue. If it's a holiday, the border is going to be gold, right? So there are different colors for different things. And then on top of the border, there is my avatar. So all of my thumbnails are going to follow this basic design with background over here, border right there, avatar face right here, right? And so if I'm doing, say Warcraft, like here's the Beyond the Dark Portal border. So with my face right here, the logo of the game is going to be up here. And then down here, we're going to have artwork, a main piece of artwork for the game. And then if there's any kind of like sub text for the game, like in this case, Orc Campaign, it's going to be right here below the logo above the artwork. And all of my almost all of my thumbnails are going to follow this. In the case of Final Fantasy, I have the logo down here and the artwork up here. For the second quest, the logo and title is up here, and the artwork is down here again. For the Poke Quest, the logo is going to be up here, and the artwork's going to be down here. I haven't got to this one yet. And the Dev Quest, I'm still making this. So right now, I've got this kind of matrixy background, which is cool. And then I've got some coding that I can put over in front of that. And then I'm working on a logo for it. I'm going to call it Let's Coding Time, DevStream, right? And it's my logo. I came up with the idea for the logo myself. I didn't do the basic design of the logo. I let ChatGPT do it. I told ChatGPT exactly what I wanted in the logo. Like, I want you to make me a logo, put Let's Coding Time at top, arch it over, DevStream straight across at the bottom. We're going to make it kind of a computery type font. Get the controller in the middle and kind of a Starfield thing in the background. And it made what I told it to make, which is good. And then I said, okay, iterate on that a little bit. And then it iterated, and its iterations were not all that great. But it initially made what I wanted it to make, which is cool, which is what this is. But ChatGPT is still, it got this text correct, which is all I really needed to. This text in here, select and start, that's kind of readable. The A and the B button, that's gibberish, and there's some artifacts on the background of the controller right here. Luckily, I have the face of a Nintendo controller. I can just skew this to be the direction that it needs to be, and then take the select, start, A and B off of this and put them on the other one, and, you know, Bob's your uncle. We're done. There's another part to that saying. It's like, something's your aunt, Bob's your uncle. Is Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt? Is that it? It might be it. So, first thing I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be finishing this, and I made this. This is my thumbnail maker program. So this program right here is actually running in a console right here. And if we take a look at what I've been doing over here, I've actually got 99 of each thumbnail prepped and made. So we start with the one that has nothing on it, and then I have 99 number variations of each of the thumbnails. And I have that for each of the quests that I've done like so far. And here are all of the different thumbnails, and I have, with the exception of the GDQ Watch Party, the New Year's Eve, and the Off, there are 99 of each of these different thumbnails that I can use to actually make the series going forward. And PNG files are super small, so like here's all the Adventure of Link thumbnails. As you can see, there are 99 of them. The whole folder for all technically there's 100 thumbnails in there. 100 files, 61 megabytes. That's it. Not that much. Not that much. They're about 700 kilobytes a piece. Each one would fit on an old school floppy disk. Mm-hmm. So the question is, while I'm working, because there's probably going to be lots of downtime of me working, there were several streams of GDQ that we missed. I could put on some of those streams and have them running like up here in the corner while I work. If you guys would like to have some more GDQ for the 4 days that I'm going to be doing this week. You may answer in the chat if you would like the GDQ distraction as well. If not, I'll just keep it to music and then chit-chatting when people come in and ask me what I'm doing. Yeah. I've got myself a piece of carrot cake because we were able to go to the food pantry thing today and get food. Because I finally unlocked it again. And they had a bunch of little carrot cakes, and they were giving out carrot cakes. I'm like, okay, I will take a carrot cake. It's a little personal carrot cake, and I cut a piece of it. It's just nice to have something edible again. Okay, now I need to zoom way in here. And I'm going to want to take the pencil at the nearest point to that. And just kind of do this, I think. Okay, we're going to sample right there. No, I wonder if I can't just do it all at once from right here. So I should be able to do this. Ideally, just bring that down, and it should match up the way across. Almost all the way across. Okay. New plan. If I can't grab it from right there, why don't I just do the obvious thing and grab it from right here? That way, all I have to do is move it straight down. We got ourselves a winner. And then duplicate that. And then duplicate that one more time. Bam. And we got ourselves a winner. Winner, a chicken dinner. Okay, there's no reason I can't just do the same thing right here. Just move that straight up and cover those blemishes. Right up, just like that. And then, did not mean to do that. We're gonna couple beats. Okay. Then I can just use the pencil for this. Grab that. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Right there. And swap that right there. Right there. Like that. Lovely. Okay, and then once again, we're going to be doing cover up operation first. Grab that color and plop it right there. Let's maybe copy. I'm on the right layer. We'll just come up like this. Yeah, I'll see we can just stretch that. Oh. Okay, that works. And we'll just duplicate this layer. Let's see if we can just drag it over here and drop it down. Oh no, we got a little bit different background going on over here. Okay. So what we'll do is grab another section like this. Go on the right layer. There'll be a copy. Just move it up. And then we'll duplicate. And then we'll move the duplicate up. And then we'll duplicate. And then we'll move the duplicate up. Bam. Okay. Now that's a weird effect. I wonder what's causing that. Okay. I want that on. We're going to move that, put this on, then highlight all of these, and then merge these layers. Haha. Where did my music go? What is going on here? Okay. There we go. make it exactly 50. Move the avatar over. Okay. Here. How's that look? Now, question is, what do you put behind it? Matrix code works. It's kind of like the baseline. And then we need some artwork right here. I have code. Let's transform this. Expected. Kind of make it look like the code is like coming out of oops. This here. That here. Get like a Star Wars-y effect. Duplicate this. Make it twice as bright. Why did I duplicate that layer when I have an effect down on this layer? I can just raise this opacity back up to 100%. There, and then we actually have code, and it's actually my code moving up towards like the bottom of the DevStream thing in like a Star Wars-y type effect with Matrix stuff in the background. Can I make the Matrix stuff smaller? And mean, does the controller need the select and start on it? Like, most people know what that is. I'll put this down. Makes that even brighter. I'll bring the second one up to 100. That, oddly enough, lights up a bunch of things on the matrix background. That does nothing in the color overlay. Stress at one color. Bevels. Yeah, I think that strengthens it. What would happen if I actually put something up on top? On? If I was making it not a bevel. Be an inner bevel. On that. Too much stroke. Inner shadow doesn't work. Drop shadow. Drop shadow. I'll do nothing for the top, but I add a gradient overlay on the bottom. That should be an interesting thing. Kind of. I kind of like where my brain's at with this. I'm having ChatGPT remove all of the comments from that code so that it just looks like straight code. Nice Mega Man music. Hard Man stage. Mega Man 3. Oh yeah, it's up there up top. Okay. Now. Going to start from right here. And we're gonna take screen. Natural key, we're gonna take that all the way over to here, so there. Then I'm gonna do the same thing here. Here. There. Okay. Now, in my camera feed. That I didn't want in there. Okay. Let's delete these two. Okay, so I have if main all the way down here at the bottom. So I need to take from the top to the prefix OS path on the other side of the prefix OS path. Here. Prefix OS path. There. Okay, so it's all the way over here. Do that. Grab that down to there. Bam. And now back here. Open that. Don't need this. Want both of these here. Okay. Image, canvas size, height, out. Go there. Okay. Bam, just like that. Now we can merge these two. Now, image trim. Got all the transparent bits. Okay, now we're only left with this. Do this. Remove the background. The tolerance is 0. Now. Tolerance 100. Well, now I've got this. Bring it out here. Okay, I need to do a couple of things. One, we need to check out why this layer is as big as it is. It really needs to be that big. And let's do that by dropping a stroke on this black. All the way out. So there's a lot of debris around this image that does not need to be there. We'll clean that up. That's probably because it was generated as a JPEG image or anything else. This up. Let's just go around like this first in a path. That's a lot cleaner. And now if I hit trim, oh, there's still something on here. Dang it. That's a lot better, I think. Now, clear layer style. Got this. Move that. Okay. That's about 60. Make that an even 60%. Right there. Bam. Okay, and then I've got, that's the old one. This is the new text. Going to image and shrink the whole thing down a little bit. Then we're gonna bring this end over to right there. Gonna bring this end over to right there. These out. Okay. Edit. Distort. And I want to bring this piece in. Clamp it onto there like that. And we're going to bring this up. That. I'm going to bring these out. that in. 100%. You can have like code going back up towards the DevStream thing right there. Now I need to duplicate this layer. If I duplicate this, I'm gonna make it brighter. And then if I go underneath this and I add a stroke that is white, I'm gonna flush it out. But then if I bring the size down to 1 and bring the opacity down to say 50, it lightens it up a little bit. I think we can go a little bit lower than that. We go to 30. Yeah. So that just makes everything a little more readable and makes the code pop a little more in the thumbnail. Now I don't think there's anything else I can do to that to really make it. We can remove this one, we can remove that one. So I don't think there's anything else I can do to the code, to that code, to really make it pop anymore. Like I can duplicate this again, which will brighten it up one more time. But each time you do this is negligible to where it was before. And you can't tell right here, but you can tell on the thumbnail that I brightened it up one more like iteration. And then if I drop the make code back in the background, how's that look? I think that's good enough for me to take a little break. I will be right back. I'm back. Greetings, Stream Hub world. Welcome, welcome. What is with the shaky head emote? While we were gone, I changed the avatar face to one I think is a little more befitting of a DevStream, the actually face. And I turned on my generic background, a green one, and I darkened it up really dark so that you can't really see it back there. But it brings a lot of like minor busyness to the background in the thumbnail part right here. So I think it works. I don't know if I should bring the highlights on it or leave the highlights off. I think for this particular effect, I might actually want to leave the highlights off. So, if you guys are wondering what I mean by highlights, let me hide all of this real quick and show you what I've done for my generic back. So I have a background, which is this, right? It's a fully colored image that's a bunch of different games and stuff that I've played on the channel mishmashed together. And then once I got, this is achieved through masking and gradient mask and all that. I can cover that a little bit later. Once you have an image that you want to use as a background image, one of the cool things you can do is colorize the image like this. Colorize, bam. So, and I've got this colorized like the purple. Here's a black and white one. Here's a rainbow colorization. Here's teal, yellow, orange, red. So one of the cool things you can do when you colorize something, and this is pretty easy in Photoshop. You just select the layer, go to image adjustments, use saturation, click on colorize, and then you can colorize the entire image to whatever color you want it to be. Right, and you can increase the saturation on it or desaturate it entirely. You can make it brighter or darker. If you increase the saturation and decrease the brightness, that's effectively increasing the contrast of the image. So you can do a whole bunch of cool things like that. And once you have it set where you want it set, like this, get another version of the main image and make it in its own layer at like 15% opacity. And then when you turn it on, you see it's colorized completely blue right now, and all the colors are very washed out to blue. But if you put another of the original full color version over top of it on 15% opacity, you will bring out the original colors and make them pop a little bit through the blue. And that works for every variant of it. So you see here's pure purple. That's with the colors popping through the purple a little bit. Here's yellow with the colors popping through the yellow. Here's orange. Colors popping through the orange. So you can see that it brings, like right here with Link, for example, because he has blues and greens. It makes the blues and greens pop more through the orange. This is a really cool trick that not a lot of people use, and I don't know why people don't talk about things like this when they're talking about how to do things in Photoshop. Like, let's colorize something and then make it actually look a little bit better by doing some fancy things with layers that nobody talks about. I don't know why. Everybody, all the Photoshop tutorials and things that I watch are all about technical details. Oh, this is how you do this, and this is how you do that. not a lot of design things out there. And that's sad. I think the world could use a little more design. Anywho, I had switched to the green one. I had turned the highlights off because I put the matrix field. Take these off. I switched it to a dark green and then put the matrix field on top of it. Currently at like 20% opacity, but I was thinking about maybe dropping that down to 15. And then I can put the logo on top of that. And the logo pops out very well because that background, even though it's green, with relation to the logo, it's going to read more as black. And then with the code is bright enough that it's going to pop out of that. And now anybody that looks a little bit deeper at the image is going to see, hey, there's matrix code in the background. And hey, there's images and stuff going on back there too. So it adds a lot of complexity to the image without making the image overly busy. Because I want people to look at the logo. I want people to look at my anime face. And then I want people to look at the code. Or to look at my anime face and then look at the logo and then the code. And that's probably how the eye line is going to work here. The first thing they're going to see is my face. And they, oh, this is a Narishm. That's a Nari face. And then they're going to be, oh, it's a coding stream because that's the coding logo. And then they'll be like, oh, that's the code. Okay, yeah. And this follows the layout that I'm using for all of my thumbnails that I talked about earlier. It's going to have my face, the name of what I'm doing, and the artwork of what I'm doing right here. So my question now is, do I make this coding bigger than what it is right now? Bigger code would be easier to read. If I go to this, I think if I do it bigger, I'm going to have to go back to the original source of it. Which is here. One thing I wish Photoshop would let you do is when you're clicking on an image that has a lot of transparency on it, just let me click on the image. Don't make me actually have to click on the part of the image that has, oh my gosh. right there. And for this particular one, let's edge, edit, transform, distort. Okay. Okay. Does that ultimately play better than this? This. Could also pull this up. All right. So. Does it work better with more code? I think this is a little small. But I think I like this part of this better. I take this and just take that part off. Then we do this. Actually, I have that part right there. Let's move this up. And then we'll do this. And then I can delete that. Delete that. And we can start over with just this fresh bit. That. Edit, transform, we're gonna distort. We're gonna distort this to right there. This right here. That right there. Okay. And then we'll duplicate this twice. Bring that up to the same brightness I had before, and then we'll take the bottom one here, and drop that stroke on there. No, I don't think we need the stroke. Not when it's this big, we don't need it. I like that. I think 15 is okay for this. It works as a nice intermediate layer so that people don't immediately see that there's stuff, that it's not just a clean black background, that there's stuff going on back there. But I don't think it's bright enough to like interfere with anything. Yeah. So at 100% it looks like this. Here's something I want to do. Delete that and delete that. And then for this, we're gonna edit. Because I am a perfectionist. Gonna distort. Make sure that the text is lined up. Here we go.
Hey everybody, my apples are gonna be Real cinnamon. Part of it. Oh, you know. While I opened up the other one. I got a lot of it out.
Real cinnamony. Okay. Cinnamon cheese. She's making apples.
Baked apples. Well, cooked apples.
Yeah, more like cooked apples. So she cut them up and she's cooking them in like sugar and cinnamon, making like kind of like a pie filling type of thing. And she opened up the wrong side of the cinnamon shaker and added all the cinnamons. Okay, so we're gonna duplicate this 2 more times. Okay. And that's the DevStream code right there. Bam, just like that. So I turn on the generic background and then I turn on the dev quest. Booyah, I like this. LCT. Okay, so take a look over here. So now in this page, I need to go to thumbnails and we're gonna go new folder, the dev queue, TDQ, the dev quest. Okay. Now here we have our make thumbs thing and we have the thumbnail that I just made, which is this one. Now check out the actual code on the thumbnail. This code right here is the code for this program. And what it does when I run the program, it takes the name of the PNG file that's in this folder and it makes 99 variants of it over here with numbers on them. Just like that. And so now I have dev quests with numbers. And since dev quest is going to be happening about once a week, and there's 52 weeks in the year, I have a bunch of extra numbers because I went all the way up to 99. Here, by outputting this as an 8-bit file, small. Okay. Are we seeing any difference in the two images here? I'm not seeing any difference between them. This one, going between 24-bit color and 8-bit color for this amount of color, I don't think is doing anything. I can't spot a difference on this monitor. Let me go over to this one. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any difference. So I don't think the extra color depth is giving me anything but file size, which is fine because now I can eliminate that color depth. And then there's the issue of what I was going to do with the controller itself. And that was with this, and don't need these anymore because I've got that covered. This, I don't need this anymore because I've got that covered. I want this on here so that I need to make this, say, 50%. Image, we're going to edit, transform, store it. That. Go in much closer here. Not contiguous. Clients. Really? You're gonna be that much of a butt about it? Okay. Put this guy back together real quick. You are not doing me any favors with this scaling business. Okay. Now, edit. Form, let's try. No more. Transform. Gotta be distort. Okay. That corner to right there. Let's put this on the line. There. Scale you down. Line that needs. Putting this on the same line. That. Putting that on the line. Okay. That should give me a lot more level reading of the buttons that I need to grab. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Here. Going to those out. Okay. Gonna that out. Got this. Okay. Now DNA is there. Select and start is there. And now if I just that and then do that. I've successfully applied decals to my controller. How's that look? I think it looks wonderful. Going to switch these. Let's take this over here. I believe I had scaled it down to 60%. Then I can slot it right directly on top of that one. That. Okay. I like that. Okay. The best coding time. We'll save that. Now, make some thumbnails. This generating these a lot faster because they're a whole lot smaller. Okay, now we got these thumbnails that are 803 kilobytes, which is a lot more in line with all of the other thumbnails. Numbers seem to be working good. Okay, so now over here, we're gonna just move all of those in there. Move this over here. Copy this into here. Go over here. I'm gonna drop this in here. And then I'm gonna go to the museum in the Discord. Drop this in here. Bam. And now the full version of that is available in the Discord in the museum channel. If you want to pop it open and take a look, all up close and stuff. Alrighty. I'm liking this. Okay, now one thing I need to do is take these. Well, I need to finish all of them first. So that's the dev quest. And we're gonna have the Poke quest. One thing I do need to do with the dev quest is update the thumbnail on today's live stream. I think I can do that while I'm streaming. Yeah. Change this. I have those on the desktop, 2026 thumbnails, the dev quest 1. So today's live stream, the first Let's Coding Time. The thumbnail is now live on the channel. YouTube is it was frozen there for a second. Now go back in the studio, content, go to live, bam. That's Coding Time DevStream. It has a little Nintendo controller on it. I wonder if I could upgrade that every year and put a different console's controller on there, so that like next year is a Super Nintendo, like the year after that make it like a Nintendo 64 with the little middle piece coming down behind the DevStream part, and then after that do like a PlayStation controller with Sega Genesis. Things for future me to figure out. And then I do need to get back to this, but I need to do it from in here. Because I changed the name of the, whatchamacallit. Thumbnails. That's what you call them. AGDQ 2026. So NY2025. So if I go here and I edit this, there, lowercase ny, and then I save that. Then over here, okay, yeah, those are back. Nice. And then I go into here. Okay. Here. Okay, that one was solo. That one was solo. All events. Okay, that grabbed most of them. The one right there and the one in February still haven't been grabbed. So, and then in February, okay, so we got both of those. Everything in February looks good. Everything in March looks good. Oh, April 25th. Okay, well. Oh, because Fan Festival is taking first spot. Because it doesn't need to be an off that day because I'm going to be at the Fan Festival. Got it. So we'll remove that off. Because Fan Festival is lasting both of those days. Okay. April is still good. Oh no, April is not good because the 26th is showing incorrectly. Off. May is shown correctly. June shown correctly. But July, Independence Day followed by SGDQ. That's going to be 8 days back to back of streaming. And then the 12th of July is shown incorrectly. Okay, so that's now shown correctly. August, yep. September, yep. October, yep. But November 6th is showing incorrectly. And January 2nd of next year and the 10th are shown incorrectly. Oh, no. 1 dash off. This is a gray item that is publicly visible. Add a description. And this is gonna be all day, ending on third. Bam, like that. Oh no, okay. So just all day on the 2nd. The next is on here, so we're gonna go 1 dash all. This is gonna be a gray item that is publicly available. Description of all. Okay. Bam. So now all of the proper days off are showing currently for the upcoming year on the calendar here. That leaves this week. We're going to add one. Dev quest, which is going to be a blue item that is publicly visible. And it is going to run all day on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's going to have a description of now we go over here and hit refresh. Okay. After I go in here and commit. Okay, now. Give it a minute. You're supposed to be committing. I don't know why it makes me push the button 3 times to commit. Okay, let's go take a look. Yeah, put it in there. Not updating, something must be wrong here. PDQ LCD. Yeah, that's right. Let's see the weekly one. showing up there, but it's not grabbing the thumbnail.
Okay. Hey everybody, leave the guinea pig.
Okay. Cinnamon apple taste test. These are hot.
Good.
Yeah,
Not too much cinnamon or
I approve.
my goodness. Hey y'all, did you hear that? He approved.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. I'm back. I need to hit the reset position button. Okay. I guess I just needed to give it time to propagate through the system because now the dev quest icons are showing up here. All Robert-like. Okay, so now for the final quest. We're gonna start this with FF1PR. Save that for this and following events. Then here for the dev quest. Oh, here for the dev quest. PDQ LC. Zelda. Okay. Hello, Z. And then war quest. Okay, that is going to be one. Who wins the first war in Warcraft? This works, isn't it? Googled this before, but I'm pretty sure it's the orc. Yeah. So the orcs win the first war. So war 1 campaign. There's some following events. Okay, now. One argument. Oh. Warcraft 1 remastered. Human campaign. This and following events. Now. War 1 remastered human campaign, right? Oh, I just called it War 1 Human. War 1 Orc. Okay, so we'll just call this War 1 Nice. Okay. So I guess just on the Pokemon now. Okay, now. I don't need this anymore. Going to this. logo. Wow. Okay. This. And I need. At some point, I got a fancy blue background. Is this an image of him? Oh, Spyro. Pokemon! Okay. Um. I've got this image right here. Which serves me well enough. Okay. And I got Pokemon. Why isn't it letting me size it to this? Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some editing to this picture. Or use this one. Grab that font. Means I would need two different fonts. I know what the version font is. It looks like Gary's font. What is the font? Pokemon logo. Andy Pro Bold. There's a non-pro version of Andy, right? I see it. So I'll get the non-pro version, which is going to be close enough. Okay. I've been collecting fonts for 2 decades on my system. I already have this font. Okay, yeah, replace it. So yeah, I've been collecting fonts on my system for like 2 decades. So got a nice Pokemon logo at size. So I need some text now. Okay, I need gotta catch them all. And I need this in 80. Andy, where are you, Andy? There you are. Okay. Now. I'm gonna make this say 60 point. Looks about right. We're gonna arc this. Is it arc? No, it is arch. Right, no? 50. That's too much. That looks like it might match up a little bit. Looks like it's arced at about 20. Yeah, maybe this is 55. Let's say 58. 56 was right. Okay. Kerning is a little off. To 72. Then I increase this to 75 or 100. That's a lot closer. Help if I had all the characters on here. That's pretty close, I think. If I bring this down to -90. Andrew's right. Okay, so and then it's just a matter of put the stroke on here. That is this color. And it's going to be outside. It's going to be full color, and it's going to be say 7, 5, and then a color overlay of white. Okay, and that stroke color is not dark enough. Weird that I can't just grab it from there. The differences that I'm having, I think, are the differences between the pro version and the non-pro version. Because I can't turn this exactly like that unless I have it. Oh, we have a bot. Banned. Congratulations, you're banned. Luckily, I have another way I can do this. Okay. Where's that? Turn that off for a moment. Let's get this fella to the right size. Okay. Bring this one back out. Now get it to the right size. In position. Okay, now what we do is okay, now with that done, I can take a paint brush, paint. Now, if I put that stroke on there. But I don't need it all. That 100. Kind of tell, but not really. Hmm. Okay. Bring that back down to 50. Down and sharpen that. Okay, well, it looks a little bit better. And it reads okay. Normal. Even with the okay, so I've got the gotta catch 'em all. Nice. Don't need this. want this Pokemon as the logo, so I want to do the same thing I did for this to this special Pikachu edition. We're going to grab this and cut that off. I'm gonna copy that off. Ditch that. Apply a stroke. Let me see all the places where I have to erase up here. Where it grabbed white out of the original Pokemon logo. Okay, and now I've got Special Pikachu Edition. Go in the same slot. As that. I can turn off generic background. So, gotta catch them all and Special Pikachu Edition. Got both of those. Actual Pokemon logo. I can just erase this. I've got the actual Pokemon logo. Okay, so here's Pokemon. Here's the Gotta Catch 'em All that goes with the one and the Special Pikachu Edition. Goes with the other Pokemon logo. So this is Pokemon logo. This is Special Pikachu Edition. Gotta catch 'em all. Okay, so now I need and I have this font as well. There we go. I think that looks nice. Okay. Duplicate. Duplicate. Red version. Yellow version. Gold version. There. Now I can build any version of the logo from generations 1 and the original generations 1 or 2 that I need. Nice. I got me some more of those little apples. These are yummy apples. Okay. So, now with that taken care of, look at the Pokemon that are going to be featured in the background of this thing. Look at the logo off for a moment. Oops, I turned off the PokeQuest. Let me bring up just the Pokemon. I think Blastoise is around a good size, so let's get Suicune. Decent size here. About the same as Blastoise. Okay. And Ho-Oh. Lugia. Already looks to be about the right size. Pikachu. She was not as big as these guys are. And Charizard. Okay. Stroke the size of 10 around the Pokemon. Oh, white. About 5. It looks really clean. Still looks good. We have a little interesting things happening here, but nothing we can't clean up with a much smaller. Ever so slight artifacting. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of artifacting all around. Luckily, I can see most all of the artifacting on Pikachu. guess more corners here. Don't worry about just body right. And I think that then that. And bit. Booyah. Making good progress on Pikachu here. Each small. I have that at 9 or 10. Okay. Now, I got 100. Pikachu looks okay. Then there is Charizard. Looks okay. Nice. Now the only other thing I need to do is make nice little backgrounds for all of them. I'm going to do that out of the blue. Blue, red, yellow. Silver, gold, crystal. Okay. With blue. Edit. Edge adjustments. Saturation. We're gonna turn this fellow red. Gotta turn off the blue so I can actually see it. sure I should really change it. Look at this lightness. So, lovely red background. I'll drop a satin on that. Oh no, the alien abduction didn't go off. Hold on, let me reset. Boop. Greetings, PT. Okay. There it goes. Okay. I'm going to refund everything back since it broke on you. Yeah. But you did come here just in time for the break, so I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Hey, I am back. Okay, I just finished the blue, red, and yellow background. Now I need a silver background. So we're going to duplicate this. Spin it all. And then we're going to see about turning that background silver. Easy way to do it is desaturate it and then lighten it up. But what if we pitch it a little blue? Okay. I think I can do another adjustment on that. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this down. Turn this down. Hmm. Adjustments. Hmm. Can I get a nice teal colored colorization out of this? Okay. I guess that works okay. At least for now. I can go looking for something a little bit closer in a minute. Let's take a look now. Pokemon Silver's box art. This is of two-tone grays. Crystals is kind of a whitish purple. Gold and silver both have like a little swooshy thing in the background. that the same symbol for both of them? Okay, this is a horrible song. So I'm seeing some lighter versions of gray that could be used. That instead of this. I think that says silver a little bit more than the other one does. And likewise, I think now, if I duplicate this layer, I might be able to turn this into gold a little bit easier. I would say this is 50. This is 50. This is negative 20. Now, how different is that from yellow? Suitably so. Okay, now comes the interesting one because I need to get purple with bright white highlights. I think for that I'm going to duplicate this one again. Okay, there. Yep, if I turn the top layer off so I can see what I'm changing on the bottom one. Crystal. We're dealing with some really interesting purples, whites. First, I can bring out the whites more. by itself, it's not going to do that. Let's see. Hmm. Getting that kind of a background. Maybe someone's already put something together. Oh, I could do it with a gradient effect. And I could do it with gradient from colors pulled from. Okay. Oh. That's the wrong one. Hmm. I'm gonna get to 40. That's a 60. That's a 30. Upping that to 10. this. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I think that works. Can I get that logo back there? That swirly thing. The swirly thing. Everybody seems to have the swirly thing, but everybody's using the swirly thing. How do I get swirly thing? Pokemon Crystal Box swirly thing. Show me the swirly thing. Google, I want the swirly thing. Nobody is using the swirly thing. Nobody has the swirly thing. I'm repeating myself, looking for this swirly thing. Fine. You know what? I won't use the swirly thing. I've got the Pokemon. This is Sequine, isn't it? Sequine. Yeah, that's the one. Suicune. Do you say this? How to Suicune. Okay, it's pronounced Suicune. Look at my calendar's coming along. And the weekly calendar too. This word to week. Oh, ha 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 ha. Bam. The nice little thumbnails. This one isn't finished yet. Okay, that works. Let's make a Pokemon thumbnail. Not you. Bulbasaur. Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. Blue version. With Bulbasaur. Shush. Okay. Pokemon. I feel like there's a good place for that. It doesn't really need to be any more complex than that. This is everything you need to know about what I'm doing with the Pokemon. Okay. Let's pick an avatar. That's better for Pokemon. How about the heart? Am I using the heart for any of the other weak one stuff? Final Fantasy? No. 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 Warcraft, Orcs and Humans? No. DevStream? No. And it brings a nice little bit of red into the thumbnail. I think I like it. Okay. Stop. Thumbnails. Thumbnail maker. PKMN. Blue. Pokemon Blue. That works. Now, magic begins. Let's make some thumbnails. All of the thumbnails I would ever need for Pokemon Blue. Yay, I've got 99 numbered thumbnails now. Thanks to my little thumbnail creation program. Which I wrote myself. This is it. This is the code that makes my thumbnails. Okay, so not here, now here. We're gonna go to thumbnails. New folder Poke Test TPQ order. Just call it blue. Blue goes in there. Pokemon Blue thumb goes in here. We'll copy that there. PKMN Blue goes in here. And then in the museum in the Discord, Pokemon Blue thumbnail art. Okay. Pokemon Blue art has now been posted in the Discord in the museum for anybody who wants to see the art up close. Okay, so that's the blue art. Now, I switch this to Charizard. Switch this to red. And I switch this to red. Now we put Charizard there. And then for red version, how about we take this and we make it red? And then we turn on the blue version so that I can figure out where the red version is supposed to go. I think that says red version, alright. Okay. Let's pick an avatar that's more fitting for red version. This is fine. Charizard here. We're on fire. This is fine. BKMNRED. And make thumbnails. Okay. Red. And now in the museum, Pokemon Red thumbnail is up. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. This says Pikachu. Okay. Special Pikachu edition. Let's you all. So I can grab the Pikachu edition and line it up where it's supposed to be. Nice. And then we bring yellow version. And then let's make the stroke here yellow. And then we turn the background yellow. And we bring out the Pikachu. Special Pikachu edition, yellow version. Okay. Yellow. Make my thumbnails. Nice. Okay. To the Discord, we've got Pokemon. Pokemon yellow thumbnail. Nice. So that's the original Gen 1. Done and done. Now, my God, with the mouse over stuff. Silver. Okay, so now go. You get to come down here. These guys did have the version at the bottom instead of at the top. So this is more in line with Gen 2 to put the version marker down here, I think. Let's I feel like I've used this too much. Let's go with this one. Oh, that's the wrong button. PKM silver. Make my thumbnails. Okay, and then this is for silver. This here. That there. Copy that here. Move it here. And then in the library, or the museum, rather, not the library. I built it. I should know what it is, but I don't. Oh, you know what I didn't do with Pokemon Silver version? Change the color of the font around Silver version. Ooh, okay. Let's see what happens when I make this. I actually like it. Okay. Do you know what this means? I get to delete this. And okay, we need to get some. I don't know how I keep winding up on songs that are just going boom, boom for 20 minutes straight. Yes, replace it. Okay. Thumbnails. Yes, I recreated all of the thumbnails to change the border color around a word. Pokemon Silver thumbnail. Okay. Switch that out to gold version. In a gold background. The gold version here. Okay. Okay. Let's do Amazed. Because this is the Pokemon that Ash saw in Season 1 of Pokemon before they had even announced Season 2. Ash saw this Pokemon in Season 1. Well, Gen 2. Get some Animal Crossing music. Bum bum bum. Pokemon Gold. Okay. New folder. Gold. Okay. Make thumbnails. Okay, copy this here. Move it here. And then into the museum. Pokemon Gold thumbnail. Okay. Oh, why did I capitalize that? Scoot this down here. And bring in Suicune. This background. I feel like it plays a little bit better off center. Because your eyes tend to, yeah, it plays a little bit better off center, I think. Let's see. This, I think, has the right feeling for Pokemon Crystal. Bum 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 bum. PKMN Crystal. Pokemon Crystal. Make my thumbnails. Nice. Put this in here. This in there. Copy this to here. Move this to here. Go to the museum. Why did it just beep at me? Pokemon Store thumbnail. Okay. Now, go in here. Now go over to here. KMN blue. Takes a minute for it to propagate. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Let me do this. Now, I think it's probably time to start getting fancy with some of this stuff. I need to have all of the proper pieces on the website right off the bat. I have the font up there that I use. I probably need to make sure that I have joysticks up there. Okay, I do. I think I can probably safely pass into several of the quests that I have an automatic second part to them. It's not going to take me long to go through The Legend of Zelda. Maybe one stream for quest 1 and one stream for quest 2. Likewise, I don't think it's going to take me long to go through one of the campaigns in Warcraft. Maybe a stream, maybe 2, pushing it 2 streams per campaign. Okay, so let's see what other from the test site. What things am I pulling from the test site? Need to go into. No, I don't have that here. The E is here. Chain clasp 1, chain clasp 2, 4, 3 metal ring. Okay. That. You please. We should be top class. Back chain class 1. Okay, so I'm looking for chain class 2. Top class up there. Up and chain. Okay, so I've got the class. Got the frame. I need the chain. Need the blue background for the quest. Need red background. Specials. Green background. Events. Orange background. Background. Don't need that at the moment. Streaming assets. Fine. Yes. Done it. Stuff. Need this up here. Go. Oh, get in here. Right. Bunch of old stuff and copies of stuff that I already have. Save as. Clown. Open. I need one that has all my backgrounds in it. Or uncolored. And I need this. And this. That's a very small version of that. What has my backgrounds in it? I suppose I could rebuild it from this. Because this has the original in it. It says a long time ago. Me coming up with the quest idea. There's that. meet that way. Quiet. But I don't think anything on the screen is going to be big enough for that. Maybe. Maybe. Can I just send this to the top? I cannot. Okay, well, let's just drag it all the way up to the top so that I don't have to worry about shutting all the other random stuff off from the 500 layers I have on this file. It's all the way up here. Center that back on there. That. I'm going to make you 10% bigger in every direction. I'm going to make you 5% bigger in every direction. 3, 2. I'm going to make you 2% bigger in every direction. That way I know it's hanging off the edges and I don't have to worry about it. Oh, how small can I make this thing? I don't need major color depth, so let's make this an 8-bit file. Kilobytes. And it's fairly large, so that's nice too. I'm gonna stick that in there. Come back over here. This one. That one's a lot brighter. So I'm going to pull this. In Photoshop, we're going to pull in these 4 items. I'm just going to export them. Metal frame. Smaller file. Plug flat. Okay. Nice. There's no appreciable difference between the two. Delete these. These in here. Those pieces in there, because they're going to build the frame on the website. Now I need to take the background and turn it into all the different colors that I need for the website. Don't need this. This. That. With this. We'll get that later. Okay, so I'll just need this. Adjustments. Hue saturation. Version of purple do I need? Forty version. Back there. This to 100 maybe. It works. Hue saturation from here. We're going to orange. I wasn't exporting them yet. Hue saturation. Not doing that yet. Seven colors. I don't think I'm gonna need it for anything else. I've got collaborations, I've got specials, I've got holidays, I've got channels. events, quests, specials, collaboration, 2 additional colors, and then off days. I think that'll be enough. I feel like I could do a little bit more to this. So there are the colors. And this. That I don't need. But what I do want now. Tomato, tangerine, banana, basil. I am absolutely going to name them after this. Tomato. Tangerine. Banana and basil. Peacock and blueberry. Grape and graphite. Okay, now the colors of the background are matching the colors that are natively found inside of Google Library. So all I have to do is pull up what color an event is and then tell it to color the background here on the schedule the appropriate color. Okay, I need to... Now we just wait. Whenever I have a lot of changes that I need to make across a piece of code, I like just typing it out, giving it to ChatGPT, and see if ChatGPT manages to do it all right on the first attempt. Or even like the second or third attempt, this would be faster than me having to go back through there and find every individual instance and fix them all. And while I wait for ChatGPT to think forever, I can have a banana. Ooh, banana. Now ChatGPT says, yes, we can do that. Here is the code. Please wait while I write it. Okay, that's all the same. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, that's the same. Oh, that's new. Okay. It's interesting. Why is it doing that? Okay. Okay, and that's the same. Mm-hmm. And that's the thumbnail script right there. And this is ripping the items from Google. That's the color map from Google. There's my kanji verification that I had the right kanji for each day of the week. Okay, pulling everything off the calendar, fetching the events from the calendar. And this is handling events that span more than one day, making sure that the thumbnail gets put on each day an event spans. This is formatting. That's actually building the box. Okay, there's some new stuff. Formatting the URLs correctly. It's just stopped trying to color the text properly at this point. Just everything's white. You put in emojis in my code, ChatGPT. I have to take those out. Okay, so it's telling me that it didn't put tiling on, it put stretching on for the textures. That's fine. I was watching while you built it, and it seemed like it built okay. Are you gonna commit? Let's auto commit. Okay, well, let's close it and open it back up. That usually makes it auto commit. It's supposed to commit every time I save something. There it goes. Sure, it did commit. Okay, well. Oh, that's right. I have to start up the thing to use it from here. Forgot what the command was. That's right, it was over 8,000. Oh. Okay, let's take a look. At what we've got here. That's the bar. Text. Thumbnail on the right. Okay. Events from the calendar. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see if ChatGPT can solve this problem. I really don't feel like digging through this code and finding out what's going on. I can almost promise you this is a layer problem, and different things are fighting over what layer they're on. Also ask Gemini. Gemini. Let me get machines helping me look through the code and figure out what's wrong. Okay, now Gemini's working on the problem. A CSS layer stack in your bar after selector. That's exactly what I thought was going on. Currently you have a background color variable you are updating in JavaScript and several background image layers, the gloss and the pattern. In CSS, if you set a background image, it sits on top of the background color. If your bar pattern image, like tomato pink, isn't transparent, or if the logic is conflicting with the color of the gradients, the color won't show through correctly. Here's a fix to your CSS and a small adjustment to your JavaScript to ensure the colors update dynamically. Give me something I can just copy and paste in the whole thing and not have to go searching through the code. Gemini claims to have solved that problem very, very quickly, coming to the exact same conclusion that I came to about what was wrong, and being able to immediately identify where it had gone wrong. ChatGPT is currently spinning its wheels in like mud or dog shit or something. I don't know. Let's see if Gemini just fixed it. I noticed that I also noticed when this came out to 500 some lines that it's done some code compression on it and cleaned up some stuff in there. It's not supposed to be grabbing that. Okay. So Gemini identified the correct problem but didn't fix it. And instead caused several new problems by attempting to clean up the code that I had in there. This is Batman music. Belly of the Beast from Shadowbringers. I am very, very certain that I heard the 1989 Batman theme just a moment ago. Okay. Slight change to the way it's rendering right here. Why isn't it just handling the overlay of the background on the middle section the same way as it's handling the overlay of the thumbnails on the end section? And push. Done. Okay. Well, we're kinda there. Oh, no color ID. Well, the color ID is graphite. And even if it has no color ID, why are you displaying tomato? Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. Okay. We're here right now. Hmm. I don't think that's right. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Greeting, legend. Welcome, welcome. It's there. Give it a minute. It's reliable, but it's never been fast. It doesn't automatically. Okay. So that explains why it's not working. Because it's not sending the color ID field. Because why would Google Calendar automatically include in their API sending all of the attributes associated with the calendar entry? I mean, who needs all of them? If you need all of them, you gotta specifically tell Google to send all of them. And it looks like it sends all of them except for the color ID. I mean, okay. So if I add this parameter, here, it should work. I have to specifically tell it to pull the color ID. Okay, just updated. Still hasn't updated anything though. But that could just be GitHub. It likes to take half of forever to actually any kind of a push. Okay, it says it's on there. Okay. Let's see how it implements this. Okay. Show me dev tools. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Print color ID none using default. The dev quest has no color ID. Are you sure about that? For today. Huh? peacock has a color. We got the glass calibration. I'm creating a website for my calendar here, and I'm attempting to make it like I want these little individual middle sections here to be colored, but I wanted to pull that color because it's pulling all the other information, the thumbnails and all that, off of information here in my Google Calendar, which is driving the whole thing. But I wanted to look at the color of the event and pull that information and then color the background of these individual things with the color of the event. But the problem is that it keeps saying that there is no color associated with the event, and when I have the console print out exactly what it pulled, it doesn't seem to have pulled it at all. according to Google Gemini, now, Google makes Google Calendars. Google makes Gemini. I would assume Gemini had the solution as to why I couldn't pull the color ID off of my Google Calendar. And the answer that Gemini gave me is so batshit crazy, it makes me wonder what the people at Google are even doing. According to Gemini, the color ID is restricted to writer-only access on the Google Calendar, and an API key only has reader access. Color ID is considered private metadata not meant for the public. The color of things on your calendar is restricted information, according to Gemini. But if I open up, let's get the share link for this calendar, shall we? Can I just get a share link, please? Where is the share link? Let's do a test, shall we? To see if it's bullshitting me or not. Incognito. So if I go to gmail.com in the incognito window, it should ask me to log in. Okay, I'm not logged in, I'm incognito. Let's go to that calendar. Really? I specifically asked you for a share link and you give me a generic one? Make calendar available to the public. See all event details. Should be available to the public, but it's not available to the public. So in order to get around this, I'm going to have to set up an entire parsing logic to read everything about the event, guess what kind of event it is, and then code it correctly. Because there's apparently no way for Google to just give me this piece of API code. What are the API restrictions? easier just to code the bypass myself. Okay. That guy's solution. Very strange. If I use O authorization, I have to sign in every time, and I need it to just work. Why they hide public display colors behind a sign-in authorization for a fucking calendar is beyond me. Like, it's stupid in the most incredible way, because this is a public calendar. Anybody can come to this calendar, click on the thing, and read all of this information and see the color right there. It's visible, open-faced to the public. But if I want to use it, it's super private and I can't do that. My problem with fucking programmers, man. They write batshit crazy instructions and requirements for things that make no fucking sense at all. And then they try to justify it by, oh, you just suck. It's like every programmer I've ever met. Greetings, StreamHub world. I'm having a problem because the people that made the Google Calendar are fucking idiots. They let you pull all of the front-facing information out of the calendar. The name, the start date, the end date, the description. All of this information is available to anybody who has the API key. What isn't available? This color. That color is private information that you can't pull with an API key. Although if you go to the Google Calendar and this calendar is public, it proudly displays the color right here on the front fucking thing. But if I want to use that color for something, can't do it. It's private restricted information. Absolutely no way we can make that information publicly available. That's fucking stupid. Especially, like, I could just write a program that opens the web page, literally looks at the thing, and tells me what color it is. Bam, I bypassed it. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna have to do this in an entirely different way. Oh. And it's gonna have to do with the description. Okay. Oh, it would be problematic. Okay, we'll just do this. Okay. That's 0, 0. Your quest. The special events. Wait. 3 is special events. 2 is collaboration. 4 is channel events. 5 You're 5. You're on holiday events. You are 6. You are 7. Okay. Okay, well, let's see if it actually did do the push. Okay, it did. Okay. So I've explained the situation and exactly what I want ChatGPT to do to the code in detail, so I don't have to go and fix all of the spots in the code again where it's broken. Okay, let's see what I made. Okay. Oh, that's the same. That's still the same. Slight change there. Okay, this is new. Okay. Okay, it's chopping up the description. And there's the parsing code right there. Okay, and then all of this is the same. Okay, I need to look closely at what it did here. Okay. I should have specified how the code will appear. Okay, seems to have come to the same conclusion that I did about the code that it just made, that the parser was incorrect. It was expecting the code to be spaced out or to have a divider between the first part and the second part, and I didn't include that because the first part is always going to be a 2-digit number from 00 to 07. It doesn't need a separator on there. It just needs to know, okay, we're going to take the first 2 digits. That's for the background. The rest of it is for the thumbnail. I don't need to see you pushing and pulling from the get every second. I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. bum bum. I'm back. Look, it works now. I fixed it. Yay. I'm not done yet. There's still other changes that I need to make to this. I want this section of the calendar to have the purple background. Since I'm not using the purple anywhere else, I use the purple right here on this part. I need the start and end times on these slides as well. I'm gonna have to go back through the whole calendar and set this up correctly. So I think I might take Let's Coding Time and turn it into its own special thing on the calendar. Give it a special color. Look at the colors that I have. These are quests. These are days off. These are channel special events. These are holidays. That's the start of the calendar. These are collaborations. If I make all the special events red, I can make the dev quest stuff green, and then I would still have teal for something super special. I think I might do that. So that's gonna mean I need to go back over the calendar. All quick like. New Year's Eve is gonna be a holiday. So holidays are 05. Zero, zero. Zero. You're gonna be red now. Special event. That doesn't go there. Okay. Now it's showing up as green. Nice. AGDQ showing up as red, right? New Year's is showing up as yellow. Days off was showing up as gray. That is all working as intended. Lovely. Most of my calendars are going to look like this guy here. Okay. So now I have it making the small addition to just change this so that it would match up everywhere. So the majority of the things that are going to be on the channel are going to be in blue. And I'm going to format these bars more in depth. And I think for collaboration days, I'm going to make it to where the bar can support 2 streams a day. So if there are 2 things in the stream category for that day, it's going to put the first part of the bar, it's going to cut this in half and have the first stream and the second stream like that. Let's see if it just works out of the box. Gotta wait for it to push. I need dates on here, I think. 'Cause I think... Go back to today and then flip up here. Okay, there it is. Did not work out of the box. Oh, look, somebody begging to get banned, and they succeeded. Got some Majora's Mask music going on right now. Yeah. Alright, arrow and arrow after. I like this. I think I can afford to make the border on everything a little bit thicker. Now that I'm sure I have everything sized up correctly, I can triple the size of that border, I think. Yeah. I do need to add the month and the day onto this calendar so that I know which one I'm looking at, because I have the day of the weeks, but I don't have the exact date. So that information I think can be Like we'll scoot the day of the week up, and then we'll put a 2-digit month and day underneath each of these. Anyway, that's gonna be for tomorrow's stream. I think we're at the 2.5 hour mark, and I think I've made some pretty good progress today. I've created the DevStream logo and the thumbnails that I need to get everything started, and I've made some decent work on the calendar, getting the background to more of the just aesthetic aspects of it working. Tomorrow I'm gonna finish up the design of it. I'm gonna see about chopping the sections in half. I'm probably going to shrink down the text in it and get the time of the stream underneath it in a smaller text. That way, if I do have 2 streams, it'll work itself out. I'm gonna work on this little issue here with the E in PokeQuest. Because of the font that I'm using does not have the little what's it called, an umlaut over the E right there. So I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm also thinking that if I'm in the individual spots for the quests, that I could just display the title of the game that's being played, like right there. Like instead of saying the final quest, it'll say Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster. I'll probably have to make a little database showing what each one is based on the code. That shouldn't be that difficult. In fact, I can make it pull all that information out of the JSON library for the quests. All I have to do is make sure that the quest codes match the thumbnail codes, and we're golden. Nice. That way the thumbnail code is doing 2 times the amount of work, because now it's displaying the actual name of the game here in this one. Whereas the other calendar can just show that we're on the final quest. Yeah. Anywho, I think that's going to be it for me for today for streaming. I'm going to be back tomorrow. As you can see, this is today, Monday. We're going to be back Tuesday with more of the Dev Quest while I'm finishing up this calendar. And then I'm going to be off on Wednesday because I'm going to the doctor to see about my spine. And then we'll be back on Thursday and Friday where I am going to be putting this whole fancy website thingamathing together. And we're going to have the calendar like right here, and you're going to be able to click month or week to change back and forth between the two. It's going to be nice and fancy and working. And these little clamps down here are going to be facing the right direction, because currently the light is shining on the top of all of this metal, and it's currently shining on the top of the bar here, but the bottom of the clamp there, because I just took the bottom clamps and rotated them 180 degrees. I have since gone back into Photoshop and drawn a clamp that has the highlighting on the correct side. These are things I'm going to be fixing tomorrow. Anyway, let's see who's doing some fun stuff out there in Twitch land that we can throw a raid at. We did very little raiding last week because we were primarily in the games done quick. Fun and nice times. And yeah. Oh, who do I know that's doing fun stuff? Oh, lots of people doing fun stuff. Games Done Quick is doing a replay of the GDQ event. That's nice. Let's pick somebody with on the lower end of viewers, not the chicken stream. We haven't rated Ellie in a minute, so we're gonna drop a raid on Ellie Joy Panic. She's a fun creator. She's currently playing Elden Ring Night Rain. Looks like she's playing it with friends or possibly chat or possibly both. She likes to do that. She's one of the crazy people who plays all these FromSoft games that are just rage-inducing for me. Yep. Anyway, we're gonna drop a raid on Ellie, and I'm going to be back tomorrow. So I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.